Good day, Chair. On the platform, as things stand, we have Dr. Litchfield Chabalala, Mr. Sihlengubane, Ms. Malebu Kobe, Ms. Michelle Clark, Ms. Natasha Ntlangwini, and Ms. Mvana. Thank you, Chairperson. That is a total of 6 members, and it will be 7 members with you, Chair. Thank you so much.
No, thank you very much. Can you place the agenda before the meeting?
Thank you, Chairperson. Those are the agenda items that are scheduled for today. Thank you, Chair.
Can we get a mover and seconder for the agenda?
I move for the adoption, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Lissi moves, and then seconder.
Chair, I second the mover. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member Kobe, seconds. Are there any apologies?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Chair, we do have apologies. The first one is from Ms. Mafakane, a member of the committee. She has a doctor's appointment. And the second apology, Chairperson, would be from the Secretary to Parliament, Mr. Kolile George. He has an EXCOM meeting, but he has delegated Mr. Mashiko, who will be leading the presentation on behalf of Parliament. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much. Can we receive the first presentation? And then I would like to request one of the members to assist me. I will be in the meeting, but we are on oversight visit, just to make sure that there is a proper decorum to chair the meeting. Let me request one of the members who is here to chair the meeting. Madam Ntlangwini, can I request you? Or Dr. Litchfield, one of the two of you to chair the meeting. I am in the meeting, I will participate, but I just want to make sure that I'm not always on to respect the where I am now. Ntlangwini?
Morning, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'm also here, Chair. I'm just slightly challenged because I will be on the road.
Okay.
So I would have I propose Kobe to assist us.
Okay.
I'm also here, Chair.
You're here?
Yes, I am, Chair. Me and Kobe will assist each other. It's fine.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Let's proceed then.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Simon Mashiko. As the Secretary indicated, that I'm representing the SDP, and I'll just run through the quick questions that were raised by the committee, and then my colleague from Legal Services is going to cover the legal issues, which is the second point on the agenda. With the background, the key issues were around the priorities and the capacity of Parliament, and we are addressing the questions, and we believe that this would be a progressive approach that we need to take to a point where if a policy decision is taken on whether Parliament takes over the functions, of course, the strategy will unfold, which will outline the details on how we're going to approach this assignment. So on the first question that was posed, the issue was about the needs that would be met if Parliament staff would be provided accommodation at the villages. And of course, it is our view that the constraints that staff face in respect of a high cost of accommodation in Cape Town makes it difficult for them to be able to align to the requirements of the committees. So if they have affordable accommodation close to Parliament or in reliable villages including transport that is provided by Parliament, of course, they will be able to align to the programs of the committees without these constraints. And of course, largely the constraints are around issues of being caught in traffic for those that live in far outlying areas. And the issue of exposure to crime, which obviously, if staff finish very late, they are forced to obviously be exposed to issues of crime or sometimes be stranded because of transport. So their well-being and then the time that is spent on supporting the committees will ensure that there's high productivity, and by extension, it will make the members to be effective. So what we're saying is that it is not about hospitality of the staff, but rather meeting the strategic requirements of Parliament and priorities of Parliament for lawmaking, and also ensuring that Parliament holds the executive to account. With staff being present, it will ensure that members are effective. On the issue on what we think about the eligibility criteria should be, Chair, we believe that the chief whips of respective parties should guide on this process. We can support as far as we can, but of course, largely the chief whips are at the coalface of the plight of the staff members in their respective political parties, and they are better positioned to guide, and this will have more legitimacy. But of course, we will be available to add on the logistical arrangements that will support them in decision-making. On the issue of the challenges that have been reported to Parliament, of course, by the residents, this is not our reflection. This is what we heard when we engaged with respective members and, of course, those that have left the villages from the 6th Parliament. It was an issue around poor response time on attending to repairs, and largely areas where members are directly affected. For example, surcharging sewer manholes that exposed the children to risk, plumbing problems, and related issues are not attended timely. And this is not a criticism on our side, but it's a reflection of what members have indicated. Of course, lack of adequate preventative maintenance that leads to the facilities being run down to a state of repair, disrepair. Projects at times are initiated without due consideration of the requirements and the stature of members. And of course, in any project that you initiate, the key issue is to understand the requirements of your end users and the stature of your end users, and that the finishes, the size of facilities, and then the layout should be informed by the requirements and not what the architect desires. It should not be informed by the budget availability. There's also a perceived disparity around the quality of facilities between the parliamentary villages and facilities that are supported, that are provided to the executive. It is a fact, and the issue is about whether the stature of members is lesser compared to the executive. Being equal arms of government, the issue is that the requirements and the stature of members has to be respected, and that facilities are provided in line with it. Inadequate estate management and control of the occupancy in the villages. So the underlying problem with that is around posing risk to members, where there are many people that are not part of the session staff or even members of Parliament or their families. And that has led in some cases to incidences of crime. And of course, inadequate approaches to estate management broadly, where not only the facilities as houses, but also amenities around the estate itself, control of movement of people, and of course, improving the experience of members. In relation to consideration on our views on whether Parliament should provide administrative support, the issue or the question that has been posed is our views on the above recommendation. So we take note of the fact that the the Parliamentary Villages Board Act has its own loopholes, and these will be covered by the legal services. But also what we note is that it does not take into consideration the villages as strategic facilities. So we compare that to GIAMA. The spirit of GIAMA and the preamble of GIAMA departs from the fact that the asset management must support the strategic objectives of an institution. They phrase it as government departments, but broadly of the institution. And that's the start of the Act itself, which actually directs that anything that is actually being done should align to the strategic objectives. And in the case of the parliamentary villages, the strategic objectives is to provide adequate facilities for members, for them to be able to, for their well-being to be supported, for them to be able to recuperate and be effective in terms of the work that they're doing for Parliament. So if members are going to be occupied with challenges of problems in the villages, inadequate facilities, exposed to health risks, that in itself will affect them and will make them not to become effective in lawmaking and holding the executive to account. So the Act itself, as we indicate, does not take into consideration the process that needs to be followed in terms of why do we have facilities, how are we going to manage those facilities, and why are we managing them the way we manage them, and the ultimate goal of managing those activities with, as I indicated, that GIAMA clearly outlines how facilities or how assets should be managed. It compels also the custodian to prepare a custodian immovable asset management plan. It also takes into consideration the user to say that the custodian cannot prepare a plan without consideration of input from the users. And of course, it also says that the user must make a formal input in terms of the asset strategy. It must make a formal input in terms of the user immovable asset management plan, which will inform how the custodian is going to manage those assets. So the loophole in the Act itself clearly creates a situation where the custodian determines how assets are going to be managed, how budgets are going to be prioritized, and of course the standard or the specifications of the finishes in respective villages without due consideration of the inputs of the users. And this is an area that needs to be addressed. And of course, I believe legal services will also guide further in that respect. There were further issues that were outlined in terms of capacity of Parliament, and they were put in a table, and we unpacked that table. So on the left, it's the domains that were outlined in the questions. The first one was about, do we have the capacity of establishment of the rules, regulations, policies to ensure compliance? And we confirmed that Parliament has legal and governance and strategic management expertise in-house. And of course, there may be specialized skills in respect of property management, which as a gap, we will be able to fill in terms of insourcing those functions. Do we have ability to approve long-term development plans? And we confirm that Parliament has resources to review and approve development plans in line with the members' requirements and statutory requirements. And of course, in our facilities management strategy that we are developing now, that strategy will also identify the gaps and of course the competencies that we need to add to ensure that we support this assignment. Previously, Parliament was not responsible for management of the parliamentary villages. And of course, even the precinct itself, we were not responsible for asset management or facilities management. And therefore, our asset approach was not as comprehensive as when we are the custodian. So our focus and review of the facilities management strategy is to look at how we respond to those dictates. But if a policy position is taken that Parliament has to take over these functions, our strategy will align accordingly and broaden and also identify the capacities that we need to add for us to be more effective in managing that. So at the current moment, we have limited capacity, and that does not suggest that there is a problem, because the strategy itself will guide how we need to strengthen those capacities and, of course, align to the requirements of members and objectives of Parliament. In respect of budget monitoring and financial management, Parliament has project accounting expertise in-house at FMO. And of course, further, as I indicated, that our FM strategy that is now being developed, it will identify some of the gaps in respect of other related competencies. But of note, what we've identified is that if we were to take over this function and that we drive it as a model of Parliament directly managing this, one immediate resource that we need to take or to enlist is a quantity surveyor, professional quantity surveyor, to augment the capacity that we have in-house. We may also look at an option of a model of an implementing agent, where we will have a core function in Parliament that will be responsible for strategy and policy development. And of course, that we get an agile implementing agent that will manage the responsibilities of facilities management on the ground and estate management at the villages, that they are more agile and will be able to support Parliament accordingly. And that will be on the basis of a service level agreement and ensure that they align to the vision and the strategic objectives of Parliament. For ensuring transparency and accountability in spending, I confirm, Chair, that Parliament has a strong governance and oversight mechanism. And this is in relation to our internal financial controls within Finance Division. We have a robust or activist internal audit. We also have an internal risk and governance division that also focuses on ensuring that there's alignment in issues of transparency. And of course, we have an independent audit committee that enforces issues of governance and oversight from the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament. So from that respect, we believe that we have a good case to make in this area. And of course, the committee, we note that this is one of the shortfalls that was highlighted on the problem statement that the ad hoc committee outlined around the governance issues in the parliamentary villages. But we confirm that from the perspective of Parliament, from a governance mechanism, that is one of the strongest areas of Parliament. In respect of planning, infrastructure, and modernization, our approach is based on following the guidelines or the frameworks of National Treasury, and we do have internal capacity in that respect. And of course, in taking that approach, we do not suggest that we will not take a collaborative approach. We will still engage with DPWI as a government entity, and that through Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act, that our approach will follow that spirit. And then, of course, as a constitutional dictate of cooperative governance, we will also engage with the department accordingly. From alignment of operations and with sustainability goals, at our core is the emphasis on strategic alignment. I indicated that all the work that we do, and even a case that the work that we do in planning departs from looking at the requirements of the users, and of course, how it is aligned to the strategic objectives of Parliament. And that is also based on a data-driven approach. And again, that we are striving to get to maturity level 4 in terms of facilities management. And this maturity level in relation to facilities management, the emphasis there is about data-driven approaches and making sure that it is not driven by the technical priorities, but rather the goals of an entity. And I confirm, Chair, that this is what drives our approach to management of projects. From the evaluation of risks and mitigation strategies, of course, we take a value-based approach in our planning on infrastructure. But of course, inherent in the frameworks of Treasury that we use and follow, and the PMBOK, risk management is one of the core elements. And by design, it is what we follow, and in support of our risk and governance decision, we take a holistic approach in terms of identifying risks, looking at internal controls, whether they're sufficient, and on identified risks. Of course, we get support from the division on crafting the appropriate risk response strategies and contingency responses. Relating to reporting and then execution of the mandate, and then looking at auditing performance, our governance framework is based on a strong bedrock on checks and balances, of course, which is a requirement by the oversight structures that I indicated. We report to the audit committee on performance. We report to the joint standing committee on financial management on performance. We also report to EXCO, and there is a sort of a framework that is driven by the strategy, monitoring and evaluation unit of Parliament. If we are obviously to take over this role, obviously it will be internal controls, and again, the issue of having the large transactions, we will take an approach of segregation of duties as a governance issue. About ethical standards and integrity, our operations, as I indicated, are embedded on the core values of Parliament, which relates to issues of governance and risk management. And our risk management division is very strong in this area. And of course, the internal audit as well. And beyond this, we believe that it is not the controls that come from risk and governance and internal audit as a test at the end, but we take note of the fact that people are people, and therefore we will take a conscious decision of taking people in continuous training around the issues of governance that is ingrained in the culture on the way we do things, and not only rely on oversight mechanisms. In respect of the approving of major contracts and partnerships, if the reconfigured the parliamentary board, if this role obviously is coming directly to Parliament, we may take a model of implementing agency. But if we have to take it internally as Parliament, the board itself will have to play the role of the approver. And of course, that will be supported by Parliament itself from the technical side of things. If we adopt an implementing agent model on the management of the facilities, the implementing agent will be required to approve the plans and also appointment of service providers in line with the GRAP 109 provisions. So from a policy point of view, and then from the outcomes of the facilities management strategy, if we follow an internal approach where Parliament will be directly responsible for contracting with service providers, we believe that the village board has to be the one that becomes the statutory approver. But if we take a model of an implementing agent, as I indicated, that GRAP 109 directs that there has to be a separation, and the implementing agent bid committees be responsible for that, and Parliament to play an oversight role. And of course, they will be accountable to the board if they were to take that role. And the AG will have an independent role of overseeing the work of Parliament itself, its role, and the memorandum of agreement, service level agreements, and whether the implementing agent aligns accordingly. If the board is responsible, again, the board will be subjected to an audit by the Auditor General. So in respect of handling of disputes escalated beyond the residents committee, normally contractual disputes are handled through dispute resolution mechanisms in terms of the standard forms of contract. If, for example, there's a project that is running and there's a dispute that is beyond the residents committee, that dispute will be handled, for example, if we're using the JBCC as a standard form of contract, or NEC as a standard form of contracts, those contracts have inbuilt dispute resolution mechanisms. But of course, Parliament Legal Services and Member Support Services will also assist if there are issues that are outside contracting arrangements that affect members, but being beyond the competencies or the control of the residents' committees. Chair, we recommend that the ad hoc committee notes the responses on questions raised, and also to note that there's a process that we are going through in terms of preparing the facilities management strategy. And that is at the current moment, not based on taking over the functions of managing the villages. It is not based on taking over the functions of taking the custodianship in the parliamentary precinct. But if a policy decision is taken that Parliament has to take over, we will adapt our strategy accordingly and expand our resource base, and also look at the checks and balances and controls that need to be put in place to ensure that there's governance. Thank you so much, Chairperson. I'll end it.
For that presentation, and it was indeed very lengthy. If I look at the program, Tembela, you'll correct. The discussion is after all the presentations have been given. It's not discussion after every presentation. Is that correct, Tembela?
You'd be correct, Honorable Member.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Thank you. Can we get the next presentation, please? Thank you so much to the presentation that's just finished. It was very lengthy.
Morning, Chairperson. My name is Talana. Morning. My name is Talana Hali-Starkey, and together with my colleague Daksha Kasan, we've been assigned as legislative drafters to the committee. So I'll be taking you through the next slide, few slides. Take it my screen is visible.
They are visible, thank you.
Sure. Chairperson, as a way of introduction, this presentation is threefold, and members were requested at our last meeting. They wanted a reminder or refresher of the committee build process and what it entails. So I will be taking the committee through that. We'll then be unpacking the GIAMA with the view of explaining to members what the roles and responsibilities of both the custodian and user is. I believe Mr. Mashiko unpacked what the readiness of Parliament, but this is sort of to take the committee to a back step to unpack what does the custodian and user responsibilities entail. And then lastly, Chairperson and committee members, we will be, the third segment of the presentation will examine the various legislation and the interpretation challenges around that legislation. And in doing so, we hope to provide members with a clear understanding of how different policy choices that this committee will take may give rise to distinct amendments in various legislation. As a start, Chairperson, honourable members, this is a high-level overview of the timeframes and various processes involved in the process. So the first portion is in green, as we've completed this stage, which is that the committee seeks permission to develop legislation or the House passes a resolution, which the House has done. The second portion is the policy development process. And this is in red, as we are currently at this process of the stages of developing a committee bill. The remainder of the processes are in black to indicate that these are the steps that are yet to follow, and these include a draft bill is prepared by CLSO, Ms. Kassan and myself. We will then, based on the policy development that is agreed to by this committee, we will draft the bill. Advertisements of the intention to introduce the bill, including a call for comments, will then be published. The Constitutional Legal Service Office will consult the joint tagging mechanism to tag the bill. A public participation process will then ensue, and public hearings, inputs by the departments and stakeholders will be processed. After considering these comments and inputs, the bill may be amended for a further time. This may result in further consultation should the amendments be material in nature. The bill will then be finalized, adopted, reported on, and certified for its constitutionality by myself and Ms. Kassan and the Constitutional Legal Service Office. And the joint tagging mechanism will be consulted for the last time. The bill will then be introduced and a second reading will take place. The estimated total of this process is 4 to 8 months in the first house. And then the second house will depend on, well, the length of the process will depend on whether the bill is tagged as 74, 75, or 76. That's because there is a mandating process related to certain bills. The consideration of the second house amendments will take place will take place, and if there is a disagreement between the first house and the second house, mediation will take place. And then there's an assent to the president, by the president, once the process in the second house is completed, which is similar has a similar basis to what takes place in the first house. So members, the next few slides set out the detailed process which I've just explained. It outlines the applicable rule and the prescribed durations of each step. In the interest of time, members, I will not take you through each step in detail, but we encourage members to have a review of the presentation at their convenience. Should there be any questions relating to process or rules or the timeframes for each process, members are encouraged to please email us. We've also joined the committee WhatsApp group and are available to respond to any queries on the process via direct messaging. But to conclude, in terms of the process which a committee bill entails, the estimated total time would be 4 to 8 months in the first house. The committee reports and consults the JTM and deliberations that would take about 8 to 13 weeks. The legislative drafting process is 8 to 15 weeks. The facilitation of public participation is 5 to 6 weeks, and the House procedure is 3 weeks. So that's the total duration of time that will take place in drafting the committee bill. So this brings us on to the second portion of the presentation, which is breaking down the responsibilities of a custodian in GIAMA. So the next slide, we will consider what is a custodian and what is a user, and what the responsibilities and roles are of both players. So GIAMA is very clear when it sets out who is responsible for immovable property. It says that the custodian means a national or provincial department referred to in section 4, represented by the minister of such national department, the premier of a province, or the MEC of such provincial department, so designated by the premier of that province. What does this responsibility entail? Well, that's unpacking what is custodianship. And this means the execution of functions contemplated in 4.2 of GIAMA. So the WHO is the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure. They are the custodian of assets vested in national government, except where the custodial function is assigned to another minister by virtue of legislation. And this will be unpacked in detail in the upcoming slides. Currently, the Department of Public Works, represented by the minister, is the custodian of immovable assets on the precincts of Parliament and those in the parliamentary villages. And what does this responsibility entail? 4.2, section 4.2a and b of GIAMA says that a custodian acts as a caretaker in relation to the immovable assets of which it is custodian. It may, in case of the national department, acquire and manage immovable assets as contemplated in section 13 of GIAMA, and subject to the State Land Disposal Act or any other acts regulating disposal of land, and is subject to section 18, liable for any action or omission in relation to any immovable asset on which it is custodian, excluding acts of omission in good faith. So the responsibilities of a custodian And this is all taken from Section 4 of GIAMA. The responsibility of the custodian is a caretaker, as I've mentioned. The custodian can acquire property, it can manage property, it can dispose of property. It's also liable for action and omissions, as I said, in relation to the property. It must use the Intergovernmental Relationships Framework Act when there's disputes between a custodian and a user. It must use the property efficiently, and if the user does not use the property to support service delivery, the property then becomes surplus. It must prepare a custodian immovable asset management plan and submit same to Treasury. And if it is a user, it must also prepare a immovable asset management plan. The user will then submit this to Treasury. So the contents of the custodian immovable asset management plan, or the CIAMP: a portfolio strategy and management plan. It must contain a management plan for each property through the property's life cycle, a performance assessment of each property, a condition assessment of the property, maintenance activities required and the total and true cost of such activities, disposable strategy and management plan, and this plan must be reviewed annually. The contents of the user immovable asset management plan, or the UNAP, are as follows. It must have a strategic needs assessment, an acquisition plan, an operation plan, and an immovable asset surrender plan. And this also must be annually reviewed. In preparing the CIAMP and the UAMP, the accounting officer in preparing the plans must meet all the objectives of the Act. And these objectives include adhering to uniform asset management framework as set by DPWI, ensure effective immovable asset management, ensure coordination of the use of immovable assets with service delivery, optimize costs of service delivery by ensuring accountability of capital and recurrent works by acquisition, reuse, and disposal of such assets, maintaining existing assets, protect the environment and cultural and historic heritage, improve health and safety in the working environment. And in preparing the plans, the accounting officer must also adhere to the principles of immovable asset management. And then adhere to the regulations published by the minister. Currently, the minister has published regulations relating to energy efficiency, and adhere to the standards set by the minister. I have reached out to the department and I have asked them to provide us with any standards that the minister has set. At the drafting of this presentation, I have not received any response from the department regarding whether the minister has drafted any standards, but we will engage with the department to find out if there are any standards. So the functions of a custodian and the accounting officer of that custodian. The functions of the custodian and its accounting officer can be broken up into 5 areas. And these areas are strategic planning, advisory and a support role, the asset lifecycle management, performance assessment, disposal. And a key takeaway is that these 5 areas the custodian is responsible for, but must do that while supporting the user in ensuring service delivery. So the functions of the custodian as accounting officer when dealing with strategic planning is compiling the CIAMP, which I just explained the contents of, aligning the CIAMP with the UAMP, ensuring that the CIAMP forms part of the custodian's strategic plan, submit that plan to the relevant treasury. Its advisory and supporting role is as follows. It must advise the relevant treasury on the UAMP. It must provide information and analysis to users regarding immovable property. It must identify alternative property solutions. It then must also deal with asset lifecycle management, and in doing so, custodians must execute responsibilities associated with common law ownership, including managing the asset, assessing the asset's performance, conducting conditions assessments at least every 5 years, and determining maintenance required for optimal service delivery, and then estimating those maintenance costs. when performance monitoring, the custodian and the accounting officer must establish and implement a performance measurement system for immovable asset management. And when disposal of surplus assets, the custodian will dispose those assets by allocating the asset to another user through sale, lease, exchange, donation, or de-surrender, subject to applicable legislation. So those were the roles and responsibilities of the user, and there's a lot of technical roles and requirements that a custodian must complete. But when we need to understand the role of the user, we look to GIAMA, which states that a national and provincial department that uses or intends to use an immovable asset in support of its service delivery objectives, which include a custodian in relation to an immovable asset that it occupies or intends to occupy. So here you can see that a user can be a custodian. And this is either represented by the Minister of such national department, the Premier of the province, or an MEC. Interesting to note, though, is that the definition of using GIAMA does not include Parliament. The drafting of GIAMA did not take into consideration the control exercised by the Speaker and the chairperson the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces over the precincts contained in the Powers, Privileges, Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, the PIPLA, which seems in content similar to the custodian functions as set out in GIAMA. So the functions for control set out in the PIPLA are similar to that in GIAMA. And the risk that GIAMA does not take into consideration Parliament is huge if you consider that Parliament and its immovable properties don't form technically part of the definition. And the functions of an accounting officer as a user. So this includes strategic asset planning, which is compile the UAP as part of the user strategic plan. There's also joint planning with the custodian. This is collaboration with the custodian in the immovable asset strategic planning process. Submissions of the plans, submitting it to Treasury, providing copies to the custodian. And then there's performance monitoring, which is establishing and implementing a performance measurement system for the immovable asset, and then managing any surplus assets, surrendering surplus assets under the control of the user to the relevant custodian. Members, the last slide, I'll be dealing with the legislative challenges and proposed amendments. And this sets out the various, the next slides will consider the applicability of GIAMA to Parliament and the challenges relating to the current interpretation of user. And then if the committee decides that the Speaker and the chairperson of the NCOP should be the custodian instead of the Department of Public Works, how will we amend the relevant legislation to make Parliament the custodian? And then thirdly, I will unpack, should the control of the Speaker and the chairperson of the NCOP, the control that the Speaker and the NCOP and the chairperson have over the precinct be extended to villages? And if so, what law then do we amend? So we'll first get into how is GIAMA applicable and what needs to be amended. And then we'll get into who is the custodian currently of the villages and how should we change that to be the Speaker and the chairperson, should that be the policy decision? And then getting to the extent and control that the Speaker have over the precinct and whether that should be extended to the villages. So the first slide is dealing with GIAMA. So the Department of Public Works, represented by the Minister, is the current custodian of immovable property in the precincts of Parliament. That we understand. But as I explained, the definition of user in GIAMA does not include Parliament. And this is because Section 2 of GIAMA states that GIAMA applies only to organs of state. The definition of organ of state in GIAMA excludes Section 23B of the Constitution, which states that Parliament is an organ of state. This creates uncertainty whether GIAMA applies to Parliament. Furthermore, Section 14 of GIAMA outlines the functions of an accounting officer of a user, but the definition of accounting officer refers to the Public Finance Management Act. But the PFMA does not apply to Parliament unless expressly stated. Therefore, this committee should consider the following. If the committee decides to keep Parliament as a user, it is recommended that the committee amends GIAMA in order to clean up uncertainty interpretation by amending the definition of organ of state in GIAMA to make it clear that GIAMA applies to Parliament, and amending the definition of accounting officer to make specific reference to the Secretary of Parliament. But what if the committee decides to make Parliament a custodian? Well, Section 4.1a of GIAMA provides that the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure is the custodian of assets vested in the National Department, except where the custodial function is assigned to another minister by virtue of legislation. An example of such an assignment can be found in the Foreign Service Act. Section 9 of the Foreign Service Act provides that the Minister of International Relations is the custodian of all immovable assets outside South Africa, which is acquired for use by foreign services, and provides that the minister must act as caretaker and manage such assets as contemplated in 13.1 and 2 of GIAMA. The Parliamentary Villages Management Board Act is silent on who is the custodian of parliamentary villages. However, it is indirectly assigned those custodian duties, if read with GIAMA, to the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure. Should the committee resolve that the Speaker and the Chairperson of the NCLP, instead of DPWI, be the custodian of the villages, a similar provision as set out in the Foreign Service Act could be included in the Parliamentary Villages Management Board Act to assign custodial functions to these officers of Parliament. Therefore, should the committee decide to do so, the committee must consider the following. The Parliamentary Villages Management Board Act could be amended to include a section similar to what I've just explained is contained in Section 9 of the Foreign Services Act. Section 4 of GIAMA can then be amended to make reference to the Parliamentary Villages Management Board Act and Parliament as an exception to DPWI being the custodian of all assets vested in the national government. And members, I've just put up on the screen what that section in the Foreign Services Act looks like. As you can see, the exception is that the Minister of International Relations is the custodian, as opposed to the Minister of Public Works. And finally, members, Section 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act defines the precincts of Parliament, but does not include parliamentary villages in that definition. Section 3 of the PIPLA provides that the Speaker and the Chairperson exercise joint control over the precincts. We've considered interpretation jurisprudence, and we advise, therefore, that the term joint control and authority means authority to make decisions about the management of the precinct. And if we consider a plain language interpretation of Section 3 of the PIPLA, read together with the purpose and broad context of the Act, it indicates that the phrase control and authority assigns custodial functions for immovable property to the Speaker and Chairperson. Although PIPLA provides that the Speaker and Chairperson have control of the precincts of Parliament, this control is limited due to GIAMA and the control GIAMA affords to DPWI. GIAMA clearly did not take into consideration the PIPLA when it was drafted. But a solution to this issue would be to include a similar provision to what I explained is contained in the Foreign Service Act and relinquish DPWI's custodianship over the precincts of Parliament. But the PIPLA also controls the control over the precincts of Parliament include the following. There is sections that deal with security services that can only be done after receiving permission from the speaker and the chairperson, so the entrance of members. Also, the service of summons needs permission by the speaker and the chairperson. Arrests may only be done on permission. You cannot create disturbances on the precincts of Parliament. A person who fails to comply with laws or in terms of at a meeting of the precincts. And then there's also a member who is suspended must leave the precincts of Parliament for a period, but may not enter without the permission of a speaker or chairperson. So should the committee resolve to include villages in the control exercised in terms of PIPLA, the committee must then look at these various sections contained in PIPLA and apply its mind to the content of the control envisaged in PIPLA, and whether it is practical to implement complications for the villages. Will there be implementation complications? Should we extend the control over the precincts to that of the villages? Or whether some of this should apply to the villages. Perhaps it would assist the villages in any form. Therefore, it is recommended that the committee consider the following. Whether it wants to include parliamentary villages under the PIPLA in order for the speaker and the chairperson to control not only the precincts of Parliament, but also that of the villages, and perhaps custodianship of the villages, so that the content of such control is extended to the members residing in the villages. Finally, members, the recommendations are as follows. In terms of the Villages Act, to amend the following. User only, if that's the decision of this committee, and align that definition with that of GIAMA. Custodianship, do a new clause to ensure that speaker and chairperson are joint caretakers. GIAMA, should it be amended depending on the policy decision? If we only focus on user, amend this definition to include the accounting officer of Parliament and STP. Parliament to be included as a user. If the decision is then only to change the custodianship, then the speaker and the chairperson must be listed as an exemption, as I explained, the Foreign Services Act. And then PIPLA, depending on the policy decision, to include villages into PIPLA as part of the precinct, and then amend Section 2 of the PIPLA. As a custodian of both the parliamentary villages and the precincts, a new clause in PIPLA to ensure that speaker is the chairperson are joint caretakers of the immovable assets. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you, members.
Thank you so much, Telana. It was a mouthful, and I think you are right that at our convenience, we still need to sit and go through your presentation because you have raised so many issues that for people who are not functioning in that area full time, we still have hang-ups or questions or would not fully understand just at a glance of your presentation. But I think you've tried, and thank you for that. Tembela, if I look at the program, this is the part where members are inputting for deliberations, because after that, we then have the presentation by Miss, just look at her name, but from the DA, from the Democratic Alliance. So members, here are the two presentations. Can we deliberate? I just want to remind us we are here because we had decided that we recommend that the board must fall under Parliament and be appointed by the Speaker of the National Assembly, not under Public Works as it is now. And we had asked the Secretary to Parliament, actually more the legal services of Parliament, to come and present to us to see if that happens, what are the ifs or buts? I mean, what's the feasibility? What would need to change? What would need to be amended? So that's the spirit within which the two presentations were made. So I will open for members now. Sometimes virtual is a problem because you might not see people's hands. So in the event where I don't see any hand, please just open your mic and speak. But yeah, this is the time for us to deliberate on the two presentations. Okay, I saw the hand of Honorable Clark. Yeah, that's the name I forgot. Forgive me, Honorable. And then the chair, and then I see Sihle. I think in that order, I will take the hands as they appeared. Honorable Clark.
And thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the opportunity. I know I am on the agenda for presentation, but it really has to do with what the discussions were today. So I don't know if you want me to wait till I have the opportunity under the presentation, or if you want me to raise the issues now.
The issues interlock with the other two presentations, because if that is the issue, we can ask our chair. I saw his hand was up, because I was thinking, should we take your presentation as well and then deliberate on all of them? If they're interlocking, we can only hear from you. If they're interlocking, I would say maybe wait, let's deal with these two, especially the last presentation from Telani was very technical for some of us. So maybe if you think that you can wait, I would say please wait and raise it under yours. But
That's fine, Chairperson. I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sihle, you were no, the chair was next, and then Sihle, and then I see Malebu's hand is also up in that order. Thank you, Honorable Clark.
Can you please take other hands and take me last? I just want to make sure that I'm in the place that is a bit quiet, please.
That's okay. So it will be Honorable Sihle, Honorable Malebu. I don't see Ntlangwini's hand, but if it's up, she can follow after, and then it will be you, Chair. Honorable Sihle Ngobani, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I think the two presentations were highly excellent, and thank you very much. They were highly informational. I appreciated them. I think I've even learned a lot from them as well. First and foremost, I'll ask on the Chair on the first slide, or on staff accommodation needs and priorities. On the presentation, it's obviously we know that our staff as parliamentarians, as MPs, they do not afford to stay in Cape Town, as the claim is that the rental and affordability and everything is expensive. But then the presentation goes on and says there will need to be an assessment of how the crowding of the staff with members or compromise the original purpose of the villages. So what we need to know is that, has Parliament assessed whether the accommodating of politically party staff in parliamentary village could crowd out members or compromise the original purpose of the villages? That needs to be still ascertained in that part. But there is a high need that we need staff as well to be residing somewhere. It's only that the only thing that was available was parliamentary village. So somewhere, somehow, there will need to be maybe a nicer definition or a nicer accommodation that will make sure that parliament and staff is not, crowded or intertwined in a very negative way. But I think that's what my input on that staff and accommodation needs and priorities. And then on the eligibility criteria and delegation to chief whips, there I want to know that why is Parliament proposing to delegate eligibility criteria to chief whips rather than setting a uniform, a transparent framework, if is that possible? For that it be set like that. And then on reported operational challenges as well. So which of these failures are attributed to governance weakness in the current board versus failures of implementation or contractor performance? Then there are other many conflicting presentation, especially on on saying that if we move the control to Parliament, there will be political biasness and all those stuff. All those things will need to be accommodated through legislative in terms of co-governance of all Parliament, as it is happening in boards and other entities that is happening. But I noted that assessment that there might be the biasness in terms of control in politics, but we'll find mechanism as well of controlling those things. And then on another one, Chair, on decision-making authority and risk. And then under the proposed model, where does ultimate accountability lie when an agent makes a poor decision approved by the board? So we will need to know that. And I hear on the presentation, you spoke about the international involvement of Minister of International Relations. Are you saying there are properties or staff? I know there are, according to me, I stand to be corrected. There are no MPs that resides internationally. We might have staff, but where does Minister of International Relations comes into this? I need that clarity more specifically in terms of parliamentary village. You spoke now about assets and all other stuff and everything of that. I think I need more clarity on that one because I think I lost a bit when you were speaking about that. And then on the second slide, there was a major question I wanted to ask in relations to the foundational legal coherence. Obviously, some acts or legislation will be redundant, obsolete, or even amended once the committee decides which way to follow. That's obvious. So there are accommodation staff or MPs. I've said that things that will be affected by all of this. So you state that GIAMA excludes Parliament from the definition of organ of state. Yet DPW currently exercise custodianship over parliamentary precincts and villages. We'll need to know the legal basis for the DPW acting on GIAMA if does not clearly apply to Parliament at all. So this as well, as if we've decided, we will need help on this on the second slide of presentation. As things stands currently, the Parliament, if it owns the National Assembly, the NCOP and other properties, obviously all those things belongs, they come and they belong to the Speaker, the Secretary of Parliament and many entities. So there will need to be clarity as well that by virtue similarly of just wanting to control parliamentary village, how will we do the comparison now when we make a decision of saying which one must move to Parliament, which one must move? Because at the end of the day, us here on this committee, the aim, what we want to achieve as well, is the efficiency and the management of the villages that we haven't been getting for over a long period. That's the aim. So we need to clarify that what the legislations that will be in clash when it comes to that. Where must we draw the line? So I think in a nutshell, those are my just small questions that I wanted to ask. And then on custodianship, one last question: custodianship and logic and consistency. You acknowledge that the PPLA confers control and accountability over the precincts of the Speaker and Chairperson. So why should that control stop at the gates of parliamentary village when the villages exist solely to support parliamentary functions? As I've explained before, that already there is some control and management by Parliament that exist. So here, again, I'm emphasizing, we just want to make sure that we manage and control the efficiency and the utilization to the betterment of the parliamentarians that stays here. So I think I'll end there for now, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those observations, Honorable. I hope they were captured. I did make notes also in case one of them is missed when we get responses. Honorable Kobe, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to our presenters and honorable members on the platform. Chair, I think I'd also really want to appreciate the presentations that we've received. I have not had anything that is able to really unboggle my mind in a very long time. So well done to the presenters. I think they've really captured the essence of what we are trying to do very well, and also encapsulate the challenges as well. And I think that's something for us to chew on as a portfolio committee. Chair, I think maybe let's start with the first presentation with regards to Parliament, and Parliament essentially outlining the capacity that it has to expend the current resources that it has to support us, so that we then, are able to perform our functions and objectives. I think, Chair, essentially, what makes sense for me is that Parliament must really take over as the custodian. And as I make my case, the reason I say this is because when we are here, we live here under the auspices of Parliament. So it only makes sense that what happens in Parliament should then translate into what happens when we stay in the villages of Parliament, so that we execute our duties perfectly. So I think what the DPWI, there's a gap between what it is able to provide for us in terms of support with our role in Parliament. So you will see that when we get to Parliament, the treatment is different. What we experience is different to what happens when we come here. And I think the issue is that DPWI it has a broad function, and it provides support to a lot of departments, but we do need a devolution of responsibilities from DPWI to Parliament, so that we have an experience that we experience in Parliament. I think when it comes to the issue of biasness that the Honourable Ngubane has raised, in terms of political biasness, I think maybe looking at the current trends, political trends of the political environment, we will not be, in a situation where biasness will be skewed to a certain political party for a long time to come, given that, we're moving towards coalition governments. So I think in that regard, the biasness and also will be cushioned by the official support that we will be getting by the officials. And I'm hoping that I'm correct in my assessment in this. Chair, as well, I just wanted to... Can you please mute?
Can that person mute,
Honourable
please?
Clerk, I think it's your mic. Thank you.
Sorry, Honourable, continue.
Thank you. And I think maybe when we move to the legality of it, because GIAMA had never made provision for a legislative arm of government, if we move this at a national level, I think this can maybe also assist in translating to provincial legislatures as well. So I think that it's really important that it becomes something that we review, so that it cascades to also other spheres of government, to ensure that there's proper functioning for parliamentarians or legislators, and to also, I think, to create the balance, or because there's always a misconception that we don't have equal treatment to members of the executive, and it's because the responsibility lies solely with a member of the executive as a custodian. So I think in this way, in us ensuring that the custodian is a member of a legislative body, I think maybe even the treatment would be much better, and the experience that we have as legislators would be better. Currently, our custodian, in terms of managing assets, assessing performance, doing conditional assessments annually, I don't think that's performed in a manner that it should be performed. And I think also that supports our case as to why this must then be moved to a parliament instead of being with the legislative body. I say this because last week in our deliberations before the site inspection with SAPS, we did see that they do take time in terms of reviewing and doing conditional assessments on their end. And this also relates with DPWI. And I think that if we are going to look at those loopholes, this will help us in terms of strengthening our case as to why we need to move this into the Speaker and the Secretary to Parliament. Chair, I think a lot of my things it has nothing to, I don't have a lot of questions, but comments as to why I think it would be helpful for us to have Parliament take this over, so that the experience we have when we enter the doors of Parliament would be the same experience that we have when we enter the doors of the villages. My only issue is with the, this is just a last final one, the powers and privileges. I'm not sure if the Speaker and the STP would then have the capacity. I don't want us to overwhelm the current capacity of Parliament. If they will then have capacity to manage all those little things of when a member is suspended, how do they then move out of the parliamentary villages as well? Because once you're suspended there, then you're not allowed on the premises, and that will then flow into the villages as well. How are they going to manage all those nitty-gritties? So I think for me, the vision is clear, but I think in terms of the little itty-bitty things, I wouldn't want us to overwhelm the current capacity of Parliament. So maybe how do we find a solution around that? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable. I also capture your comments in case one of them is missed. Honourable Clark, your hand is up next. Honourable Chair, please prepare yourself. I'll give comments of my input after Honourable Clark, then it will be your turn, because I see Honourable Ntlangwini's hand is not up and I don't see any other hands up in terms of our own members. Thank you, Honourable Clark.
Thank you, Chairperson, and I do apologize that my mic was on. I had to fly into Gauteng this morning and fetch my car from a dealership where it was being repaired. So I've got a bit of noise in the background. But my concern, obviously, is also Parliament becoming the sole custodian, because I know I sit on the Joint Standing Committee of Parliament as well. And from a budget perspective, would Parliament be able to sustain the financial demands if DPWI is not involved at all? And I ask that question for clarity, because that's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Clark. I think my inputs are more or less, because Honourable Sihle has covered me. So my inputs would almost take the form of Honourable Kobe's ones. I think for me, from the first presentation that we got from Parliament, it is clear that Parliament can contend with this task, that the board falls under Parliament. The issues for me really relate to the second presentation, how we are going to clean up those issues that relate to GIAMA and the issues that more asset management really that Telana raised. And I think the very last question that Honourable Kobe raised in terms of how will Parliament then balance the levels, because if the board falls directly under Parliament, then you have your strategic, you have your operational, you have your tactical issues. You know, that the example that she gave, that access to village, for instance. But I don't know, the presenters will answer, Honourable Kobe. For me, in terms of Parliament, I'm covered. I don't have issues that much, because remember, we talked of parliamentary villages, so we should not only talk about the board, we should remember that We also said we want parliamentary villages and we want their appointments to be legal so that they deal with the tactical issues while the board deals with strategic issues and bit of operational also maybe. But let's just remember as we discuss this that when we say it falls under parliament and the board chair, is appointed by parliament, that the board will not be doing the nitty-gritties at the very tactical level. I mean, after all, there are 3 villages and each of these villages do have a structure that currently is not that functional, because I think it's just an over and above function in the midst of all the other functions that we are doing as an MP. It's worse if you are from a smaller party. I mean, you are just running helter-skelter between so many committees, and then they say you are in the committee of Acacia Park. I mean, it's like at the very teeter end of your responsibilities. So for me, I think my conclusion is it's very clear that this should fall under Parliament. Parliament can contend with this, but Ms. Telana should continue to help us. I don't know, maybe we need another separate meeting with him to just clear those issues that she raised as concerns for me. And Honorable Chair, I hope you are ready to come in.
Sorry, Doc, perhaps before the chairperson, we had on the program made reservations for the DPWI to also perhaps make an input on the 2 presentations. I just thought I should bring that to your attention, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You want them to come in before the chair, that's fine. I thought the chair was responding just as the other MPs were responding to the presentations, but they can come in. Honorable Kobe, your hand is up, or is it an old hand?
Thank you, Chair. No, it's not an old hand. I wanted to speak on the foreign affairs part, and maybe this would help strengthen our case. That currently DPWI, due to the challenges that it has, obviously it could not manage foreign affairs as well, given that we've got a diplomatic footprint in a lot of countries. And I'm just trying to frame the rationale behind the work then being taken to foreign affairs. And then because it couldn't keep a handle on, the many 80,000 plus properties and parcels domestically, and also, contend and try to keep up with the buildings and the land parcels that we may have acquired in our diplomatic areas where we serve, then the responsibility was then given solely to foreign affairs. There are a lot of other departments that have also come up to the Department of Public Works to say, how about we take the responsibilities of our properties and manage our facilities ourselves? And this is due to the many challenges that Public Works is contending with, late maintenance, not reviewing properties on time, and so on and so forth. The department can come in and maybe speak to those issues themselves. The case in point would be, Department of Defense and also SAPS, which also said, please, can we devolve your responsibilities and let us manage our police stations ourselves because of the deplorable conditions that they're in. And I'm glad that we have the ability to maybe replicate that model and say, because Foreign Affairs had done it before, we can also constitutionally do it, especially in this arm of government, which is very rarely catered for within provisions of the legal framework and the Constitution. So I would maybe try to say, and in order to strengthen our case, to say really, Parliament already has systems in place because they're running an institution already. And when we want to then piggyback on those resources, an expansion of resources and roles and responsibilities of Parliament, they're already doing that. So I don't think that would be much of an institutional challenge. It will just be an expansion of resources, horizontally instead of vertically or otherwise being stretched. So this is maybe just to clarify to Honorable Ngubane, who spoke earlier about that confusion, that now I think the portfolio committee, the ad hoc committee would then have to then start going down to the very nitty-gritties that are then contained in the Powers and Privileges Act that give powers to the STP and the chairperson and the Speaker of Parliament to say then, how do we make that workable for us in our villages? And that will then start to speak to a much more broader operational aspect of it, which we have then taken over from Public Works altogether as the custodian, because it will now fall within the ambit of Parliament. That was just my contribution, Chair. I hope that made sense or assisted the Honorable Ngubane. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. So let's get the DPWI, but I see in the chat also Mashiko as the members from the Member Support Forum also is asking if she can be given an opportunity to make her comments. So let's start with DPWI and then we go to her. Before we give to the chair, I hope the chair then has enough time to get to a quiet spot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. It's Mr. Liwanindo from the National Department of Public Works. Chairperson, I think there are a number of issues that have been raised around GIAMA, which we have actually noted, and there should be clarity in terms of the policy position on them, because we are currently working on the amendment of GIAMA. So the policy position that is going to be agreed on will then guide us in terms of the amendment that we should actually effect, in the GIAMA itself. I am tempted to incline myself with the proposal of saying that the second presentation that has been made, which dealt with a number, which dealt much in terms of number of challenges that are actually currently persistent on the basis of the application of GIAMA, should then perhaps be presented, separately. We then go, challenge by challenge. Then we make proposal in relation to those issues that are actually reflected by that particular presentation. And perhaps, the development again of the policy position that is going to actually guide the amendment of GIAMA in this context. The issue that has been raised around the devolution, again, from where we seated as technocrat, we need to actually get a clear guidance in terms of how do we then actually effect that as well as part of the amendments that we're actually working on. I think, Chairperson, we limited, in terms of being very, very clear and explicit for now, but the policy position that is going to actually be mooted before us will give us a clear guidance in terms of what we ought to do. And like I'm saying, I'm supporting the idea of actually, dissecting the second presentation, because it has presented a number of challenges that are actually by and large presented by GIAMA as it stands, and a lot of definitions that we need to actually look into, and also considering the question of the intergovernmental relation framework in terms of actually addressing some of the challenges that are actually, reflected there. So I think basically we can just actually give that broad assessment and acknowledgement of the issues that are at hand, and probably will be guided in terms of how we then actually, deal with them, particularly in relation to, the act that give effect to powers, that the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure is actually, administering currently. So, Chairperson, allow us to actually, stop here, but acknowledging the challenges, and also, acknowledging that the guidance that will actually come in relation to the policy position will give us a clear picture in terms of what to do going forward. Thank you very much. I think we can actually, end our case here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ndo. Your points are noted, especially the one that suggests that, and I hope members will come back to that and make a decision that suggests that that second presentation be represented, so that we dissect, segment by segment in terms of the challenges. Thank you so much, Mashiko.
Thank you, Chair. It is Simon Mashiko. I gave the first presentation, and my request is if the Chair can indulge me, I have a meeting with the Member Support Forum. There's a presentation that I need to give at that forum. But maybe just a quick response.
We are indulging you. The floor is yours.
Yeah, just a quick response to the questions. The first point about the impact on members by parliamentary staff. The presentation did not insinuate that if parliamentary staff or political party support staff form part of the occupants of the villages, that will create an impact on members. I was specifically referring to the current arrangement where the Act provides for members to be occupants and sessional staff. But the reality shows that there are other people that reside in the villages who are not sessional staff. And there are other people who get access, who may be visiting sessional staff that are official occupants of the villages. That level of not knowing who is who and without a clear audit of the occupants, at times you may have rogue elements that find access to the villages. And that was what I was referring to. But our argument is that if political party support staff and parliamentary staff assigned to presiding officers are given access to the villages, that will support the effectiveness of members to be able to carry out their functions, because the staff will have adequate information, accommodation, and they will not be faced with the challenges that we indicated. On the eligibility of the staff to be accommodated, we took note of the requirement for us to give a guideline and support the committee to make decisions and not rely on the chief whips. The reason that we set chief whips was that the current arrangement, there's a framework that the chief whips have developed in terms of how we're going to accommodate political party staff. So what we will do is that we'll look at that framework and of course improve on what has been put together and support the committee to make decisions accordingly. On the issue of the challenges that have been identified or weaknesses, to say which of those are attributable to the board and which are attributable to the contractor performance. The issue relating to lack of strategic alignment to parliament objectives, that obviously relates to the board itself, because that's where strategy has to be formulated and of course the guidance be given accordingly in terms of the governance. In relation to the challenge of the requirements not being aligned to the requirements of members in terms of implementation of projects, and also the issue of the general management of estate, that relates to the technical level and not the board itself, because it's at the implementation stage. On the issue of the accountability or around the risk, should there be an implementing agent that is enlisted by Parliament? If there's any irregularity on the side of the implementing agent, who will take the accountability? I think that was the question. We made reference to the GRAP 109 provisions. So we have different options that we can follow, which will be informed by our facilities management strategy. If we engage an agent and that Parliament becomes the budget holder, but the budget holder still participates in the procurement processes of the implementing agent, either participating as an observer and then ensuring that there is an alignment. Accountability in terms of GRAP 109 will lie on Parliament. And if the board elects that it will participate in that process as well, that the board will take the accountability as such. But if we elect that Parliament will not participate in the bid processes of the implementing agent, should the implementing agent model be adopted, and that the implementing agent transacts with third parties, then the accountability from a procurement point of view, and if there's any irregularity, the irregularity will be reported in the books of the implementing agent. But of course, Parliament will still have the control on the processes, and it will not be absolved. So it has to put in the necessary check and balances and internal controls to ensure that we avoid any irregularities on the side of the agent. On the issue of Parliament handling the budget and its capacity, we outlined that we do have internal controls on our finance division. But what we also emphasized was that understanding that if we are to take this assignment being a big assignment, which is outside the work that we're doing, for example, in the rebuilding, it will mean that we have to increase the resources and then put in the relevant competencies from project accounting, quantity surveyors, and the administrators to ensure that we support the administrative functions of the board. And that can only be informed by the facilities management strategy that we said we are going to craft. And that strategy can only be informed by the policy direction that this committee is taking. But we take note of the fact that management of the financial resources, if we are to take this big assignment, will have to be strengthened. And Chair, we do give assurance that Parliament has the right framework for financial controls. And then as one member indicated that the horizontal increase of the resources will ensure that we take on this assignment. Chairperson, I think I'll end at that level because those are the questions that were directed at me. I'm not sure if I can be excused to join the other meeting if the chairperson directs accordingly. Thanks.
Thank you, Mashego. Members, before he leaves, is there any other question that emanated from the first presentation that you feel is unanswered? I'm asking you specifically, Honorable Ngubane, because Honorable Kobe and I were happy with the first presentation. Our concerns were more in the second one.
Yeah.
Can we release him? Are you answered firmly?
Can I quickly ask just on recommendations, Chair, so that just for a confirmation from him, just two recommendations.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, that on slide 1, what this presentation tells us is that firstly, we will need to amend the PVMBA to clarify custodianship or user alignment with GIAMA. That's what it says on the first one. And on the second one, that we need to amend GIAMA, depending on the policy decision, to either clearly include Parliament as a user or on the takeover now recognize the speaker and chairperson as solely the custodian. So it doesn't mean those are the two options we have if we go on the route of amending GIAMA. And then on the last third one, on amending the PPI, PPLA, to whether we need to include parliamentary village in the definitions of precincts or extend control and authority to possibly in custodianship to the villages. So if we choose to amend these, especially these two sections, it's just to ask for a last recommendation for him of what the slide presented. Yeah. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Before we let you go, Mr. Mashego, if you can answer that. Telani, is your hand relating to what Mr. Mashego should answer before he disappears?
Yes, Honourable
Okay.
Chair. I think that question would be more directed to legal services than the technical side in terms of Mr. Mashego. I'm right, Mr. Mashego, or am I incorrect? Or do you want to respond to that?
No, Chair. So through you, Chair. That's correct. This question should be directed to legal services.
Thank you so much. So we release you. So your question will be answered. Telani is here, Honorable Ngubane.
Thanks so much, Chair.
She's not leaving. Thank you for your time, Mr. Mashego, and thank you for your presentation. Once again, we commend it. It was really thorough. The chair is supposed to come in, but Telani, because that question was asked, can you just answer it because you were on the podium
No,
already?
100%, Chairperson. I think Honorable Ngubani actually did us all a justice here. He actually unintentionally or maybe intentionally answered the question to Honorable Kobe and yourself, Honorable Lynchfield Chabalala's questions. I think the confusion lies in what is the purpose of this committee. So the purpose of this committee was to develop a committee bill dealing with parliamentary villages and looking at parliamentary villages and seeing that the legislation is outdated, lacks a lot of meat when it comes to governance of the villages, and looking at the problems and trying to find solutions and then amending the Villages Act after looking at the policy intention. That said, besides looking at the parliamentary villages, what is the other legislation that involves immovable asset management around villages? Because that in itself is a problem. And when I looked at the last, if you look at the last slide, it does sum it up in what Honorable Ngubani said. There are three key issues here. The first issue, a question was posed to legal services. Can we relinquish our assets from DPW as a custodian? And can we as Parliament look at being custodian of those assets? And that answer was that I have answered in the first question by saying, yes, we can. How do we go about it? If you look at the example of the Foreign Services Act, and this is where Honorable Ngubani and Honorable Kobe answered Honorable Ngubani's question with, why are we talking about international relations here? We're talking about international relations because that is an example. Section 4 of GIAMA gives an exception to when DPW doesn't become a custodian. It says, and I quote, the Minister of DPW is the custodian, except where by virtue of other legislation, the minister is not the custodian. So that is why Foreign Services was created to say, yes, the Minister of Public Works is the custodian of all assets in government, except for foreign assets. So I'm saying, let's do a similar provision. Let's use that example. Let's amend GIAMA at Section 4 and say, except where, in terms of the Parliamentary Villages Act, where the speaker and the chairperson are custodians of the villages. So let's put that into parliamentary villages when we are amending. That's one portion. But let's double up that protection and include it in an amendment for GIAMA and say, in terms of GIAMA, a custodian is the Department of Public Works, except pertaining to parliamentary villages, it will be the speaker and the chairperson. So that's the one thing. Tick, we've done that. Let's go on to the second thing. Let's look at GIAMA currently. And I'm sorry, Honorable Ngubani, if I said that, if you mistook that, I said GIAMA does not apply. GIAMA does apply, but there's an interpretation issue. GIAMA is not clear. And I'm happy that the department says, yes, they do acknowledge that GIAMA is not clear. Because if you look at GIAMA, if you look at the interpretation in the definition of user, the definition of user excludes talks about organs of state. But when you look at the definition of organ of state excludes Parliament, yet we use GIAMA on a daily basis. Then if you look at accounting officer only refers to the PFMA, yet Parliament does not use the PFMA. As everybody knows, as honourable members understand, we use the FMPA. So that in itself is a confusion. So the second point of my conclusion was, if we want to remain a user, we have to do a clean-up job of GIAMA. And seeing that we are looking at the villages, we can do a secondary amendment or a knock-on amendment to GIAMA and fix it up while we're busy with our amendment to the villages. But if it is the intention, and this brings me to my final issue, of this committee to look at to make us a custodian, then let's look at what PIPLA says about control and authority. PIPLA affords the control and authority of the precincts of Parliament to the chairperson and to the Speaker. But PIPLA also says, in that control of authority of the Speaker and the chairperson, there are various things that you must consider. Like when you want to serve a summons, you must get permission. So as members, if anybody wants to serve you with the summons and you are on the precincts of Parliament, they cannot do so without the permission of Speaker and chairperson. That's a protection afforded to you. But do we want to extend that protection to villagers? Similarly, if you are banned from the precincts of Parliament, how do we coordinate that ban if we extend it to villages? Because now the villages is your home. So now you're not permitted to be at the precincts, but you're not permitted to be at the villages. How will the Speaker and the chairperson coordinate that? So my third thing when I looked at PIPLA was to say, if you want to extend this control that the Speaker and the chairperson have over the precincts of Parliament, you could extend that to villages. But bear in mind that there's a lot of shifting that will need to be done because there's a lot of protection and a lot of loopholes that you have to go through, asking for permission, not creating disturbances that are contained in PIPLA. So those are the three things, and I hope that I've created some clarity because it is a mouthful, Honourable Chair. It's a lot to take in. Our sole focus of this committee was to amend villages. But if we are here amending villages, let's look at custodianship. Let's look at what's lacking in GIAMA. Let's look at control and authority afforded to the Speaker and the chairperson. And if it is the policy decision of this committee, then let's extend the amendments that we wanted to do into the villages, into these other legislation. And I hope that provides some clarity. Thank you, honourable members.
Thank you so much, Lan. Again, I think for me that was a mouthful. You've broken it down in a manner that even for me it's understandable. I just need to check with the honourable member that raised the question if it was answered for him.
From my side, Chair, it was very clear. I think I'm clarified now. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. This brings us to the part where the chair must come in with her comments. With his comments. Forgive me, we don't have gender grammar in our languages, so allow us, the him or her for us are really a confusion because we don't have that in African languages. Chair, are you available? Are you hearing us?
Chair, the chair has just indicated that he was kicked out. I don't know if he's trying to get in through the lobby, but he was just saying that he was kicked out. His call kicked him out and he can't join. He's struggling to join in. Thanks.
Okay, I think we are going to omit him to save time. It's a Friday. We'll go to the next presentation and then at the end, we'll come back to our recommendations. Let's go to the next presentation and I think it is Honourable Clark. I see a thumbs up from my Honourable Kobe, so I'll continue.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. So a lot of my presentation has been discussed in this forum today. And I certainly think that we are at a point, you know, now that we've established our ad hoc committee, etc., and we're busy working on legislation in terms of guidance and that, it might be a very good idea that all role players get together and we spend the day workshopping exactly what we need to be doing in order to achieve our objectives. That's one of my suggestions. And then just around, I thought in the survey that that was required, and I've sent that into the department, but I would like to also address the issue of sessional staff having accommodation in the villages, because I know from the DA point of view, we've never had any staff ever before living in the villages, and I think there is a necessity now in order to do that. And I think the chief whips of each party also has some kind of role to play in that retrospect, and looking at how we're going to achieve that objective in terms of proportionality. So that I support 100%, and I also I'm looking forward to seeing us finishing the audit on the villages, because being the housing work on my side, I on a daily basis I get complaints from members about people being in the villages that should not be there. So we have not concluded in the villages as yet. We're around about 50% in terms of that achievement. And once we've concluded, we actually then can see who is supposed to be there, who is not supposed to be there, and how many houses in the villages can be allocated to sessional staff in terms of negotiation on proportionality. Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honourable. That was short and sweet and to the point. If I'm looking at the program that was sent to us, there's supposed to be a presentation by content advisor on analysis of survey responses and international and national comparative analysis. Tembela, am I correct?
You are correct, Chairperson. Dr. Clark will lead that presentation on behalf of the Support Staff Committee Secretariat. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then after that, we'll take the two together with that brief one that we were given by Honourable Clark. Thank you. Go ahead, please. Next presentation.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. As introduced by yourself, I will be providing feedback on the stakeholder needs and priority surveys that were issued by political parties, as well as the comparative analysis that was undertaken through provincial legislatures, as well as the Parliament of Canada, the Canadian House of Commons. So between 3 and 5 March, all political parties represented in Parliament were issued with surveys. We received responses from 7 political parties, being the ACDP, ANC, ATM, HOSA, DA, Freedom Front Plus, and Inkatha Freedom Party. The ACDP did not complete the survey that was issued, but did indicate their appreciation of the work that the ad hoc committee is undertaking. The African Transformation Movement also did not complete the survey, but they did list what one could consider as operational challenges that are repeated below when I get to the recommendation section. It might not be necessary to repeat it here. The Democratic Alliance was the only political party who expressed the interest to address the committee on their responses. So if you look at the questions that was asked, Chair and committee members, if I can remind committee members of the inner resolution. When looking at accommodating staff of political parties and staff supporting presiding officers, the focus was on relieving the burden on staff whose primary residence is outside of Cape Town. And that addresses Honourable Sishle's comment earlier on the eligibility criteria. So with that being the starting point, the first question we asked political party is, well, how many staff are appointed to support political parties in Parliament? And this is exactly what Honourable Clark spoke about now, to get a sense of how many staff members would one be looking at that would require accommodation in Parliament, in parliamentary villages, should the Act be amended. So we asked political parties how many staff are appointed, and then secondly, of your staff complement, how many of those staff members are carrying the cost of maintaining a household outside of Cape Town? So that would be you're paying a bond, you're contributing towards a rent, you're paying municipal service, repairs and maintenance on a primary residence outside of Cape Town, for example. And based on the responses we get, unfortunately, the response rate was very low. At the moment, that would be 24 staff members who are currently maintaining households outside of Cape Town. Then we ask political parties, okay, what needs or priorities would be met if your staff could be accommodated within political parties? So this question is more broader. It allowed political parties to say, okay, beyond just the maintaining 2 households and relieving that burden on staff members, as compared to other staff members who do not have to maintain 2 households, what needs or priorities of the political party would be met? The response from POSA is that they did not complete the section. The Democratic Alliance is not quite sure whether the staff need to be accommodated within the parks itself. The IFP spoke about how the cost of living in Cape Town is a deterrent to officials who are maintaining households outside of the province, and that it will relieve the burden of paying rent for such staff. The ANC also added that it would allow staff to be in closer and safer proximity to their political principles, and that such staff would then have access to better quality housing and amenities. So specifically on the issue of eligibility criteria, we then asked political parties, what do you think should be the eligibility criteria? As a minimum, it said staff member maintains a household outside of Cape Town. Members will recall that was the motivation in the National Assembly resolution. All political parties stated that that minimum criteria is either the most important or second to most important. So political parties are agreed on that minimum requirement. Then I also asked, okay, so which other criteria do you think should be included as eligibility criteria? And I suggested possibly the years of service that the person has worked with a political party, or the post level that the person works in. Now, members can see, even though there's an agreement that it is an important criteria, the responses are very varied. So, for example, years of service ranges from 3 months to 5 years. Post level ranges from any support staff to post levels 7 and 10 above. And so my suggestion here is this falls in line with what the SDP's office was saying. Yes, there's a minimum criteria, but political parties should also be given some level of discretion in determining other criteria that will be applied for their party specifically. The EFF also wished to add that it should only be considered if staff members cannot work from office, from economy remotely full-time. Then the question was asked to political parties, okay, what factors do you think should inform the allocation criteria or the number of units that should be made available to political parties? And 3 possibilities were given, as well as an opportunity for political parties to recommend another allocation criteria. So the 3 options was given. Number 1, the number of units should be allocated proportionally to the representation in the NA, for example. So if 10 units are available and your proportional presence is 39%, 39% of the units will be allocated to your party. The second one is proportional representation of your staff members. So if your representation is at 39%, 39% of your eligible staff members may be accommodated with a house in the village. And the third one was a uniform percentage to say, for example, 50% of your staff who are eligible may be accommodated within the villages. The ANC's response was that any 3 of that allocation criteria could be considered. POSA and Freedom Front Pass was in favor of the number of units being allocated proportionally. The DA and the IFP was in favor of a uniform cutoff for the percentage of staff members that could be accommodated within the villages. The next question was then the list of challenges that have been reported by members of political parties to their political parties. Chair and honourable members, I might not have to go through all of them because it is essentially a repetition of the operational challenges the committee has already been introduced to, with two exceptions. The first exception is something that has not come up before, pardon me, is the issue of sprinkler systems. Again, an operational issue of sprinkler systems, sometimes not working for weeks at end, and at the other time, sprinkler systems that are just continuously operating even when it is water restrictions in Cape Town. And then the last issue that we have not come across before is the issue of, I'm just trying to find it now, is the issue of the absence of professional snake catchers within the parliamentary villages. Chairperson. The next question was in political parties, what is your view on the functions that the board should have? All political parties agreed on the governance and policy functions, the financial oversight functions, the strategic planning function, the accountability and reporting functions. The DA is not quite sure that the decision-making authority function should reside with the board, and would want to further contemplate whether it's not the DPWI that should hold the decision-making responsibility, with the board conducting oversight in terms of the issue. All political parties were agreed on the representation function that the Residents Committee should have, that being resident advocacy, community engagement, operational input, communication, and welfare and support. On the findings of the National International Comparative Analysis, on the 27th of February, all provincial legislatures in South Africa, as well as the equivalent of the National Assembly in the parliaments of Namibia, Canada, and Australia, were sent correspondence and the signature of the Speaker of the INA inviting participation on a survey related to the accommodation of various categories of persons. Namibia, Canada, and Australia were selected because of the shared features they have with South Africa in being democratic systems of government, having Westminster parliamentary systems or a hybrid system with Westminster features. We also looked at countries that had a surface area comparable or greater than that of South Africa, and that again links back to the motivation that accommodation in the villages, it would be designed for persons who have a primary residence outside of the seat of parliament. Only two provincial legislatures responded. Okay, I just need to, sorry. Two provincial legislatures responded, being the, I think I've got the wrong version, being the Gauteng Provincial Legislature and the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. So in looking at the survey responses, members, both provincial legislatures makes provision for members of parliament, either through, pardon me, all of the legislatures make provision for members who have to carry the cost of two residences. Neither the provincial legislatures nor the House of Commons of Canada makes provision for any housing accommodation for support staff of political parties or support staff of office bearers in Parliament. Now, this does not mean that the Parliament of South Africa ought not to make accommodation for such categories of persons. It simply means that there is no forerunner that our Parliament can learn from when it comes to the motivation for why provision should be made available for that categories of person. So then we ask, okay, what type of accommodation is made available? The House of Commons, they make provision for either a secondary residence being owned or a secondary residence being leased, and then makes provision for the type of costs that can be reimbursed. But again, these are for members of parliament and not for staff of political parties or for staff supporting office bearers. It also sets out restrictions for what may not be claimed. The Canadian House of Commons also puts out eligibility requirements and restrictions. So it says only members whose constituency is located outside of the National Capital Region are eligible to claim secondary residence expenses. And the primary and the secondary residence must be located at least 100 kilometers apart. It also requires members to file a declaration of primary and secondary residence that confirms the ownership status of the primary residence. For example, if the property is owned, a municipal tax invoice, or if the property is rented, a residential lease. Again, this is in relation to members of parliament, but it does provide guidance in how do we build in transparency into the allocation of housing in respect of staff of political parties and staff supporting office bearers in parliament. So when you come to the analysis of the responses received from all the surveys, the inner resolution of 11 September tasked the ad hoc committee to review the Act with the view of enabling support staff of political parties and support staff of other parliamentary office bearers to be accommodated in the villages. The surveys to political parties and international comparison was intended to allow the ad hoc committee to develop motivations for policy development and legislative amendments to allow these categories of persons to be accommodated. Pardon me, the yellow was simply the additions I made after the Western Cape Provincial Parliament made their submission. It does not have any particular importance for the presentation this morning, members. So it is not meant to highlight anything other than the addition of new information. The Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Western Cape Provincial Parliament, as well as the House of Commons of Canada do not make provision for housing accommodation for staff of political parties or staff supporting office bearers. So that did not assist. It was necessary to scan a bit further in other sectors for what such motivations could be. The Department of Public Service has a policy directive as well as a policy aimed at supporting employees who must reside in Cape Town temporarily in order to undertake parliament work. So such sessional officers actually have headquarters outside of Cape Town and temporarily reside in Cape Town for their work. Another motivation is service delivery in remote areas. So many government departments, examples health and education, operate in rural or underdeveloped regions where housing is scarce, and providing accommodation ensures that staff can live in close proximity to their work. In other sectors, there's a motivation of ensuring operational efficiency by ensuring staff are available for shift work or rapid deployment during emergencies, as you would typically find for correctional services or the South African Police Service. It's also the motivation for staff retention. And again, in areas with limited housing options, providing accommodation helps attract and retain staff. And in this case, looking at the motivation provided by political parties, limited housing options could include housing options that are so expensive that it is in effect excluded as being an option for staff members. So based on the responses by political parties, the motivation for accommodating staff of political parties and staff supporting presiding officers within the context of Parliament would be to accommodate those persons who would otherwise have to carry the cost of maintaining two households, increase responsiveness to the political parties and office bearers that staff support, and supporting staff of political parties and staff supporting office bearers in accessing affordable housing and amenities. When it comes to the eligibility criteria for staff of political parties and staff supporting presiding officers, of the 5 parties who completed the questionnaire, 4 ranked maintaining household outside of Cape Town as being the most important eligibility criteria. With regards to years of service and post-level as eligibility criteria.
Yeah. Good day to the chairperson, members. Chair, through you, may I be given the sharing rights for the presentation?
That's our chair, Yapek. Thank you.
Can I continue?
Yes, you can continue.
Oh, honey. Pardon me.
Yes.
So in
They can take it over to you, but I don't know if you've been listening to this, but
now we can hear you.
Chanel, please mute your mic. Sorry, you can continue. Chair, please take over as you asked.
Okay. So in response to the question on the factors that must be taken into consideration in assigning the number of units, like I said, the ANC indicated all three options could be considered, whereas BOSA and EFF had a preference for proportional allocation of the units, and the DA and IFP had preference for across the board uniform percentage of staff that should be able to be accommodated. But now, members, the question of allocation criteria must still be considered together with the minimum eligibility criteria discussed above. So, for example, Action XA's representation in National Assembly sits at 1.31%. So if housing units are proportionally allocated, Action SA should be entitled to 1 housing unit. However, for argument's sake, if none of Action SA staff members maintain a household outside of Cape Town, would the housing unit still be reserved for the party? So would the house then stand vacant because the staff member does not meet the minimum eligibility criteria, or would that housing unit then be released back into the pool, for lack of a better word? Similarly, the representation of the following parties does not reach 1% in the National Assembly. And if housing units are proportionally allocated, the staff of such parties, even those who maintain a household outside of Cape Town, would not be accommodated in the parliamentary villages. And I list those below. Both the Canadian House of Commons and the Western Cape Provincial Parliament stipulate the minimum distance that the primary residence of persons should be from the legislature. The WCPP stipulates 50 kilometers from the seat of the legislature, whereas the Canadian House of Commons stipulates that the secondary residence ought to be outside of the national capital region. I might not need to repeat this here, Chair, but there was uniform views on the functioning of the board and the committee residence. I might want to add one thing, Chair, in response in relation to the approach of the Canadian House of Commons and the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. The first one is, how do we build in accountability and transparency? And that would be to require staff members supporting political parties and staff supporting presiding officers to file a declaration form that certifies that they currently do maintain a household outside of Cape Town. The second guidance that that the submission of the House of Commons and the Western Cape Provincial Parliament is, it provides an alternative to housing provision through parliamentary villages in the form of a fixed allowance, either for the secondary residence or a reimbursement in the case of leasing accommodation. And this would this would be considered by Parliament where the parliamentary villages are at capacity, but there are still persons who meet the minimum eligibility criteria for accommodation. The private daily accommodation rate in the Canadian House of Commons is 50 Canadian dollars. That converts to 18,000 Rand for 30 days based on the current exchange rate. However, one must take into consideration that the cost of living in Canada is higher than that in South Africa. In the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, members whose primary residence or constituency is more than 50 kilometers from the seat of Parliament qualify to have access to a 13,000 Rand per month housing allocation that they can use either for an existing lease or for rental or bond agreements. So what does this say for recommendations, Honourable Chair and members? It is recommended that the Act be amended to provide for staff supporting political parties and staff supporting office bearers to be accommodated in the parliamentary villages, the committee now having satisfied itself as to what the motivation for that would be. That the Act be amended to provide for or to empower the executive authority to make regulations on the functions of the board and residence committee. An executive authority for the moment had to be vague because the decision had not yet been taken on who the executive authority, regulations on the functions of the boards and the residence committee. Further, that such regulations or the Act set out the government functions as agreed to above by the political parties. In respect of policy development, it is recommended that Parliament develop and consult all stakeholders on a policy on the provision of accommodation to support staff supporting political parties in Parliament. So this policy must include directives on maintaining a household outside of Cape Town as being the minimum eligibility criteria to provide it with accommodation. The policy should give directives on giving political parties discretion in determining any other eligibility criteria the party will apply. The policy must include directives on the allocation criteria to be utilized in allocating housing units per party. It should include measures to ensure transparency and accountability by requiring those declaration forms. And the policy must also determine the minimum distance that a person's primary residence must be from the parliamentary prison. Recommendation is also that Parliament must explore policy development on supplementing the provision of housing accommodation in parliamentary villages with a policy on fixed allowance for secondary residences or reimbursement mechanisms for lease accommodation. Then the last set of recommendations is not unfamiliar to the members, but it recommends that DPWI, together with the Board and the Residence Committee, address the following operational challenges. Those range from non-compliance to the rules of the villages to outdated occupancy lists at the main entrance. It's also recommended that DPWD address the following operational challenges. So these are within the sphere of DPWI, and that ranges from non-functioning alarm systems, the lack of professional snake relocation, as well as garden gates requiring attention. The last set of recommendations is that DPI, together with SAPS, address the following operational challenges, and that ranges from insufficient SAPS manpower at the parks to the need to develop a protocol to address the increase of Uber drivers and deliveries, many of whom do not have required South African identification documents. And the last recommendation is that the DPWI secure an undertaking from the City of Cape Town on the removal of unlawful occupants in the formal settlement in close proximity to Acacia Park, as this has become a safety and security risk. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair and members. That concludes my
Chair is
presentation.
back. Chair, are you back?
Ms. Litchfield, Doc, the chair is not on the platform yet, so I think you can proceed.
Okay. Right, thank you. Members, can we then have it's 11:48. Can we have a deliberation on the two presentations? The short one we were given by Honorable Clark and the one that we just received now. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Chairperson, I have a point of order, please.
Sorry, I can't hear you. You said something? Beg your pardon?
I have a point of order, Chairperson.
Yeah, you can raise the point of order.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The reason why I asked to do the presentation was that I wanted to amend that section that originally was put in terms of proportionality for staff accommodation after discussion with several people within the party. So if Dr. Clark could please just amend that section in the survey that was filled in, I'd be most grateful. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable. You got that, Dr. Clark?
Yes, I did clearly. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. So the first hand I see that is up to interact with the presentations is Honorable Ngubane. You can go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think we appreciate as well the presentation from I think Ms. Clark, I think Honorable Clark as well, and Honorable Clark, and then the Honorable Clark from the day, Doctor. Is it Doctor?
Yes. It's both Clarks. It's a Clark.
Yeah, I'm checking. Yeah, it's
Clark
both
contest.
Clarks, and I'm trying to find out which Clark am I talking to. Now I'm trying to distinguish. Thank you very much for both presentations.
Let me just help you quickly. The first one is Honorable Clark, who gave us a brief presentation, and then the last one that was very intense, and I think I appreciate that it was Dr. Clark. So you can go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We appreciate both presentations from both Clarks. Yeah, and then Chair, on I'm not gonna ask so much on the first presentation because it was a recommendations in relations to accommodating staff and other other issues. On the last presentation, I see the survey participation. It says the ACDP and ATM did not complete the survey questionnaire. Why was it so? And were there any barriers to participation or concerns about the survey process from these political parties, the ACDP and ATM? And Wes, I don't see MK here. Didn't they participate as well completely in the presentation? That's the first question. And then the second one regarding allocation criteria. The presentation says that the committee must address issues of smaller parties with less than 1% representation in the National Assembly, potentially not receiving any housing unit if their staff meets eligibility criteria. I don't think we need to go this route. We need to try to be as inclusive as possible, even on smaller political parties. That must not even be envisaged. We must try to be as exclusive as possible on both even members and their staff, whether they have a less than 1%. But we need to try that when we do our allocation criteria, we must be as exclusive as we can go. And then, Chair, on my third question, I see you chose the Canadian model. Why were the Canadian model House of Commons chosen as a comparative model, given that it doesn't provide the housing support for support staff? How relevant is this model to the South African context? Was there no other one that is similar to us that accommodate both MPs, executive, and as well as their parliamentary staff? Was there no other model that accommodates what is similar to us? And then I saw on I like the alternative housing support. I like it, but I think it will be stretching it too far. But we need to look at it as well, the Canadian model of how feasible it is, especially in implementing fixed allowances or reimbursement mechanism for secondary residences as done in Canada, instead of providing physical housing units. I think currently, if I'm not mistaken, the ministers who have houses in Cape Town and in Pretoria, I think there is that allowance that is happening in their house, but I stand to be corrected to that if we can get clarity on that one. It's only that it's not happening for just merely MPs and their staff members. Yeah, I think that's all. Those were my questions, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The order of hands now will be Honorable Kobe and then Honorable Ntlangwini.
Thank you very much, Chair. Also, I'd like to welcome the presentation as well. I think it was lengthy and it explained everything very well. I don't have a lot of questions, Chair. Just one with regards to the representation of smaller parties. I think it's important that they're not prejudiced. I think the model that we are trying to follow insofar as having Parliament handle this is that as much as we have representation in Parliament, we must then have representation in the villages, especially when it comes to our support staff. I think then if we don't have over and above the proportionality, then we must then have a threshold, a minimum threshold to say that parties that are above 1% should then receive that reach a certain threshold should then just, even if it's just one house, that they should have one house, but it should not be that smaller parties should absolutely not have a house or residence for the support staff. I think it's very important. So over and above the proportionality or whatever mechanism that we choose, then we must have a threshold where we say if parties are unable to reach this certain threshold, then they automatically just are assigned one house. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Honorable Ntlangweni.
Thank you very much, Chair. And my apologies, I was running between meetings. I want to agree with the Honorable Kobe in terms of, and the Honorable Sisle, in terms of the submission, that we need to give an allocation as well to smaller parties, even at least if it's just one house, because all of us, well, regardless of how big the political party is, we all have the same work structure and will need our support staff to have some form of accommodation. And then I want to maybe perhaps delve into 2.1.1, maybe just as a proposal, so that we can get all other political parties' intervention as well. I think maybe perhaps this was only sent to chief whips and so of political parties, maybe perhaps to also copy in members of the ad hoc committee so that we can also maybe perhaps alert our political parties in order for them to also give feedback, so that it doesn't seem that out of all of the parties within Parliament, I think we are over 14 to 15 parties in Parliament, there's only 7 people that have given indication in terms of the work of the ad hoc committee. So I think maybe perhaps if we are as well copied in into some of this correspondence, so that we can also alert our caucuses, especially when it's Thursday in caucus meetings, to some of these correspondences that needs intervention as soon as possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I can give Sihle, is that an old hand or a new one? Honorable Sihle. Oh,
Sorry, Chair, it's an old hand.
It's an old hand, that's fine. That's fine. I can also just give my comments before we come to the conclusion without our chair. I think I agree with all my honorable members. The overriding issue here is that for most of our staff members, they don't even have a home where they are coming from, some of them, let alone saying they're maintaining a home outside of Cape Town. Some of them are still within their parents' homes. So to ask them to come to Cape Town and then be settled with buying a house in one of the most expensive cities in terms of housing would be unfair, which is why I feel that the smaller parties should also be considered, because they still need, as Honorable Ntlangweni said, they need the same support that we need. This has got nothing to do with how big a party is. It's got everything to do with the fact that as a member of parliament, you want the necessary support so that you can concentrate on your work and give a maximum to closure, but he is not here. I think from my side, and honorable members, you'll assist me because I was fitting in the gap. What for me, Telani said to us, and sorry, Telani, that I'm calling you by your name. I don't know what your surname is. I would have called you Miss. Maybe I should say Miss Telani.
No, it's fine, Chair.
What you summarized in the end, in response to the questions that we had, and even the ones, I see your hand, Honorable Kobe, I'll give you, and even the ones that Honorable Nkubani had, your summary of those 4 points that you gave, for me, are a very clear indication that it is feasible to take these powers away from public works and give them to Parliament. And I know Honorable Mhlangweni was in between meetings, but just for the purposes of us saying this is our recommendation, I think I want to ask you, Ms. Telani, to just go over those points again. I'll remind you, one had to do with, you answered unequivocally that we can relinquish our assets from DPWI to Parliament. You answered in the affirmative again without mincing your words that Parliament can be the custodian. You even made an example that there are exceptions, and you made an example with assets that are outside of South Africa. That's how then the Minister of DECO, comes into the picture and becomes a custodian, which means we can do the same with Parliament. You also answered the issue of GIAMA, and you also touched on PAPLA. If you can give us that summary, because based on that, I think I will move that we say in this meeting affirmatively, we are satisfied from the presentation from Parliament that this can be moved from Public Works to Parliament. Honorable Kobe, your hand is up.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was about to say just before, I'm sorry to take the meeting back. Maybe the Telani can then give us that ending towards our conclusion, Chair. This is as it relates to the presentation that villages are subsidized, Chair. So I think making the suggestion that, we then find accommodation alternatively and go into the market will then defeat the purpose, I think, because then it creates an extra expenditure. But also, I think another challenge with that is that staff members may not necessarily be able to find accommodation that is close to Parliament, which will then disadvantage them. And I say this because of I think the geographical location of that, or the national importance of our Parliament. Properties around that area are generally quite expensive. So if we go into the market, I'm afraid that we will not be able to compete with the market, and B, we already have housing that is subsidized within our parliamentary villages. So I don't think that having a recommendation that we go over and out of our already incurred expenses would assist. I think as a portfolio committee, as an ad hoc committee, maybe we should try and constrain expenditure as much as possible, so that in assisting, we should make provision within what the confines of what already exists. Ask his chair to take the meeting back, but I just thought maybe I should bring that challenge up. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I think Honorable, sorry, maybe you are an Honorable. Miss Telani, when you answer the questions, with that summary that I asked you for, also touch on the questions that honorable members had asked. For instance, I know Honorable Nkubani had asked about what was the rationale on picking Canada up, because they don't even offer housing. So do remember to answer that. But at the very end, please come and summarize those 4 points so that we can move towards the recommendations that are emanating from this meeting. Honorable Clark, sorry, just a second. Honorable Clark, your hand is up.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would also just like to raise that the DA is not at all adverse to smaller parties also benefiting from staff accommodation. So I'd just like to make that point as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we are all in one spirit on that one, and I'm happy. Regarding the comments that you had just made, Honorable Kobe, I think I would feel the same, that the issue will also come in with transport and finishing late. We are all dropped off at the same place and picked up at the same place for meetings or whatever. Now imagine if we are living outside and one lives at Table View, one at Table Bay, one at Kales River, and one. It's I don't know. It becomes a massive challenge for me. But I think the issue you just touched on also, I'm sorry for the meeting, but I just feel that this has to be explained because we talked about it as members of parliament on this committee last week. Members scarcely realize how much our resources are actually stretched as South African MPs. You are supporting a household you left behind. You're supporting your household here. If you have a child at tertiary, you are supporting them at tertiary, especially if they are not living on campus because they cannot qualify for a bursary. And you can't afford a varsity accommodation. So half the time they live off campus, so you are supporting them there. It might be 2 kids, one at UCT and one at VET. So we are already so overstretched in terms of our finances, members. And we are not amongst the highest paid MPs in this continent. I put it out there. So I think for me, this is a most comfortable way, the parliamentary villages and the subsidy. So I want to support Honorable Kobe there. And I am so excited to know that the chair is back and he has his hand up. Chair, I'm going to give to you. And I think we had already asked Telani to summarize. She gave us 4 straight points that made us realize that the powers can be taken and the asset management can be taken from public works to parliament. So I think after you, if she can come in then, or how, anyhow that you would want it as the person that's chairing. So I'm handing over to you.
No, thank you very much, Acting Chairperson. I really appreciate. I just went off the network, but I have followed all the discussions and I fully concur with the summary that you've raised and the proposals that have come from members with regard to the Parliament taking full responsibility of the villages as well as the members, including their movement. I think I just wanted to emphasize that point, but otherwise I followed the rest of the meeting and I'm happy with how you've summarized the meeting. Thank you very much.
You, Chair, Telani.
Hi, thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Lynchfield, do you not want me to hand over first to Dr. Clark to respond on the Canada issue? I see she has a hand up, and once she's responded on any of the questions on her presentation, I can then conclude with that summary that you requested.
Thank you. That is in order.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, for the opportunity to just respond to the questions related to my presentation. On the barriers for participation and who the recipients was, so the survey was sent to the leaders of all political parties. So not just the majority parties who have chief whips. As committee support, we will take the committee's recommendation. We will, the parties who have not responded, we will extend the invitation again. If members are then happy with us giving opportunity until the 27th of March. That's another week for such political parties to then provide responses. Bearing in mind that the participation in the service is voluntary, as research of necessity is. Yes, Chairperson? Oh.
No, sorry, please continue.
I thought I saw a hand. On the identification of part of the national parliaments, it was the other way around, Honourable Ngobe. We looked for parliaments who we thought had the same characteristics of South Africa, as in their surface area is just as wide as ours. So the likelihood that people have residence outside of the parliamentary precinct was very high. So we first looked at that characteristics, and then we approached those parliaments and asked them, do you provide accommodation to staff and political parties? So it is not that we targeted parliaments who does not provide. We rather looked at parliaments who have similar characteristics, where we thought the chance would be very high that they provide accommodation for staff of political parties and staff supporting presiding officers, but it just turned out that they do not. The members' directive is very clear on clarifying as recommendations that smaller parties should not be disadvantaged, and that a threshold should be built into our recommendations to ensure that even the staff of political parties who might not reach the 1% representation are still accommodated, and the recommendations will be amended accordingly. The committee's directive is also clear on why it would not be feasible to consider alternatives in the form of fixed allowances and reimbursements for rental, because of how the housing market and the housing stock looks like within Cape Town. Let's see. Yes, Chair, I believe I have covered all the inputs and questions.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. So now we will go to our last item, which is Ms. Telani summarizing, so we can come up with a conclusive recommendation. Thank you, Telani.
Sure. Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, to repeat what I said earlier. Firstly, the purpose of this committee is to amend parliamentary villages. However, considering that the question was raised by this committee that the custodianship of the parliamentary villages should be removed from Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, the Constitutional Legal Services Office advised as follows. That firstly, GIAMA in itself is unclear whether it applies to Parliament, because Section 2 of GIAMA states that it applies to organs of state. Yet the definition of organs of state in GIAMA excludes Parliament. That said, if this committee wants to remain a user, GIAMA would need to be amended because it's not clear. Further, to further substantiate the point, Section 14 of GIAMA also is not clear, as it refers to accounting officer, which deals with the Public Finance Management Act. And as members know, the Public Finance Management Act is not applicable to Parliament. So the first point is, should we wish to remain a user, we will have to inevitably amend GIAMA to clean up the interpretation issues. The second point is, should we want to change the custodianship from DPWI to Parliament, the mechanism to do so would be similar to that of the Foreign Services Act. We would amend GIAMA to include an exception that refers to the Parliamentary Villages Act to state that the Secretary of Parliament and the chairperson of the NCLP are custodians of the parliamentary villages. We then would reaffirm that amendment by amending the Parliamentary Villages Act to then state that the custodian of the parliamentary villages, the custodian as defined in GIAMA, is the Speaker and the chairperson of Parliament. The third issue was a little bit complex, but needed to be raised raised before the committee. The third issue was that if we consider PIPLA, it affords the chairperson of the NCLP and the Speaker control and authority over the precincts. That said, that control and authority of the precincts, when we looked at an interpretation of it, could be read in to be a custodian because it provides similar function. However, the Speaker and the chairperson are not afforded proper custodianship or control over authority of the precincts because GIAMA says that DPWI is the custodian of the precincts. So a proposal was made that perhaps we could extend the definition of precincts of parliament to include villages. But a warning, a pitfall. There are a whole host of complications that this would ensue should we extend the definition of precincts. One of those complications and examples that were given was items such as you would need permission to serve summonses on people, on members who would be there now staying in the villages, because the PIPLA provides that you need permission from the speaker and the chairperson to serve summonses within the precincts. If we extend the definition of precincts to villages, that could add a complication. Another complication could be when you are banned from entering the precincts, would you now be then banned from entering the villages? So the three issues, as I said, to repeat, is should we wish to remain users? We still need to amend GIAMA. Should we wish to be custodians? The answer is to amend parliamentary villages and GIAMA. Should we wish to extend the precincts of parliament to include villages? A caution needs to be stressed that this might complicate the issues, as there are a whole host of prescriptions that apply to the control and authority of the chairperson and the speaker over the precincts of parliament. And those prescriptions would then extend to villages. I hope I summarized correctly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. That was a good summary. That's what I wanted you to do. I see the doctor's hand is up, or was it an old hand?
No, Chair, I maybe just wanted to add that, and Talana can correct me if I'm wrong. So it is entirely possible for Parliament to become the custodian of the assets within the parliamentary villages by amending the Parliamentary Villages Board Act to make provision for it, and by amending GIAMA to make the parliamentary villages an exception, without having to extend PIPLA to also extend the provisions of PIPLA to the parliamentary villages. So Parliament can become the custodian without adding the requirements of access and control as contained in PIPLA. So we can become custodian without extending the provisions to PIPLA, which would still meet the concerns that the members have raised thus far.
That sounds good.
Yes, through you, Chairperson, if I can respond to Honourable to Dr. Clark.
Yeah. We are at the end, and it's a very important part because we want a recommendation. So please go ahead.
Absolutely, Dr. Clark. I would stress that you can absolutely amend the villages and then amend a consequential amendment to GIAMA. You do not need to touch PIPLA. You can just focus on the villages. It was the mandate of this committee to focus on villages. We should be amending villages. And I think it might complicate the issue to extend the precincts of parliament. If that is the intention of Parliament, if it's a policy mandate to then get control over the precincts of Parliament, I think that should be a separate issue. And I think that we should just focus on what the item is at hand.
Thank you so much. I see a lot of thumbs up for the purpose of the person who's taking minutes. I've taken minutes before, and I know that the minute taker is interested in the recommendation. So can we get a recommendation of this meeting? What are we agreeing on, honorable members? The content advisors have advised us, Parliament has advised us. Can we now craft a firm resolution that we adopt and we say this is what the meeting decided? Thank you, Honorable Kobe.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Chair, the recommendation from our end, I think, strongly should be that the custodianship should then be afforded or awarded to Parliament. The villages must be under the custodianship of Parliament. under the leadership of the Speaker and the Chairperson. I think as it relates to powers and privileges, that part, yes, we can leave out because it does sort of complicate it. It sort of creates an issue for us. But in terms of custodianship, and I think that's because Parliament already has some sort of capacity, institutional capacity and resources to handle the existing parliamentary villages. DPWI can busy itself with other things, but I think the custodianship should then just go to Parliament. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. What we say about GIAMA, I want us to conclude so that we say we have seconders. I heard your recommendation. What do we say about GIAMA? Should we say that it was very clear from the presenter that if we do, Telani was very clear, if we do say that, then we do need to amend GIAMA. Telani, can we take the powers to the Speaker and to the Chair? Can we take the powers to Parliament without amending GIAMA?
We have to amend GIAMA, Chair.
Thank you.
We have to amend GIAMA, like I said, how the Foreign Services Act, the exception, that Foreign Services Act, we will add that exception into GIAMA.
Thank you. So,
Chairperson.
yes,
Chairperson, thanks, Chair.
Who's talking? Sorry, who's talking? Identify yourself first, so we know who's speaking.
Chairperson, I think it's Mr. Liwanindo from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair. I thought I was recognized earlier on, and I'm sorry not actually raising my hand. I'm trying to actually raise. I think I'm battling with the technology on the side that I'm actually in. Chair, I want us also to be alive to the realities of the amendment, given the what you call the process and the nature that it actually takes to amend. So I think this is a very urgent project that we want to actually work on. Is there any route that whilst perhaps the amendment are actually unfolding, that could actually expedite the whole process to actually perhaps get guidance from parliamentary advisors? Is there any other way that we can actually follow, which could actually make this matter be resolved very fast while amendments are actually unfolding? I'm just trying to be alive to the issue of following the whole process of amending and so on, which might take a bit of time. So I'm just saying perhaps we should be alive to that as well, because once we just say we must amend without also taking into consideration, what amendment involved in terms of, the timelines and all those, it might actually drag for quite some time, given the legal experience that we have from our side in terms of actually effecting these particular amendments that we're talking about in this regard. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Lani's hand is up to answer.
Hi, thank you, Chairperson. So yes, we will be drafting that amendment to GIAMA. It will be a consequential amendment. So when we draft the amendments to villages, we will include this as a consequential amendment in our bill. So the department will then be invited as to comment on that amendment. So it will come with the committee bill. So the department will not be part of the department's other amendments to GIAMA. This is our amendment. And should they wish to comment on it, they will.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I see it's getting a thumbs up from several other members, including Shanil also. So there was a proposal of how we are recommending from Honorable Gobe. Are we getting a seconder from our members of parliament to the recommendation of Honorable Gobe, so that we know that is what the meeting agreed upon?
Yes, I second, Chair, and many other recommendations we did. I second, yeah.
Thank you so much, Honorable.
Seconded too.
Thank you so much. Honorable Chair, because you are present in the platform, is there any other thing you wanted us to deal with today? other than where we have arrived. I'm just thinking about timelines, but because I was not the one who prepared for the meeting, I prepared as a participant and not as a chair. I'm thinking about timelines going forward now that we have agreed to this. What should be the next step? Maybe if you can just guide us there.
No, thank you very much. The team will assist us. We had agreed, I think, on the workshop next week. They just need to tell us the details next week, Friday. And then from there, I think they will be proceeding with the drafting. And then maybe let me allow the content advisor or the legal advisor to take us through the process. And then we'll then conclude the meeting.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, when we last spoke, we had suggested the 27th of March as a date for the workshop. In discussions between us and DPWI, they've ever indicated that next week, the 27th, they have a MINMEC engagement. So the Minister and the NDCs of Parliament engagement is scheduled for next week, Thursday and Friday, which poses some difficulty, Chair, because we would definitely want the Department of Public Works, the Minister, as well as the DG to be present for that meeting, because as members can appreciate, what the committee is recommending is significant changes to the legal framework. So it puts us at a position where we now have to consider an alternative date for that workshop. Chair, if members agree to that workshop, if we look at the dates, would then be at the start of the next term after the constituency period. That would also allow us as committee staff to wrap up the policy review document and to also extend the invitation to the necessary stakeholders. So the stakeholders for the workshop, Chair, is informed by the nature of the recommendations we make. So looking at the recommendations that the committee has adopted and considered so far, with the committee's blessing, the stakeholders for that workshop would be DPWI, Chief Whips Forum, representation from Member Support Forum, representation from the Office of the Speaker and the Chairperson of the NCLP, who would now have custodianship rights in respect of the villages, as well as the joint representation from the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament, given the financial consequences that Parliament having the custodianship role would now have. So my recommendation to the committee would be to have that workshop during the first Friday of the new term. And then if we can just go ahead on that list of stakeholders, pardon me, Chair, including the South African Police Service as stakeholders as well. As the committee will recall that there is a recommendation that they also serve as on the board to look after the security aspects. So those two recommendations for the committee to consider. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I don't know. I don't think I will agree, because this is a ad hoc committee set up by Parliament that must just be held a concern by some minister. The minister must be called to come to the meeting. If he doesn't come, he must send a senior official so that we don't deviate from our schedule. And the reason why I'm worried is that we still don't have a response from the speaker, whether or not they will extend the lifespan of the ad hoc committee. So I don't really agree with the recommendation we are making that we must postpone the meeting because the minister is not there. He must come to the meeting or send senior officials, and the committee business cannot be disrupted by that. Over to you.
You, Chair, there are several hands, mine also. I wanted to say what you are saying. I want to affirm it.
Let me start with you, Honorable Dr. Litchfield.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, no, I vehemently support what you are saying. We can't be postponing this because we don't even know the lifespan of our committee. And even if we knew it, we want to get on with the program, truly. We can't stop it. All these stakeholders, if they are present, Public Works can send a senior representative. I'm in full agreement that we proceed, sir.
Thank you very much. The next hand.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say maybe firstly, I agree that we cannot be waiting on the Department of Public Works indefinitely, Chair. But also maybe as a matter of inclusion, the two departments that should be included is maybe National Treasury and Department of Transport. Maybe we should think on those. Because primarily, if the responsibility is then going to be removed from Department of Public Works to Parliament, it means that then also there are funding implications. And I think if we get a senior official or the DG from finance, that should also help with our proceedings. Thank you, Chair.
I don't know if you can see Dr. Clark's hand is up. Okay, I think go ahead, Dr. Clark.
Okay, thank you, Acting Chairperson. The committee's direction is clear. We will then, from committee side, do the preparation for the workshop to be held next week. I might just add to the committee that the National Assembly did consider the motion for the extension on the 17th of March, and the extension has been approved to extend the deadline up until the 31st of August 2026 members. Thank you very much, Chair.
How did it happen outside of Parliament? Because I remember with the ad hoc committee on the Mkwanas, where Parliament convened urgently for about 5 minutes to approve this. How did this one happen in the corners?
No, Chair, it was sorry.
Chair, if we may, this past week, Chair, there was a consideration in one of the on the order paper of the extension, and there was no objection from any of the parties, Chair. I think it was when you were on oversight and you were unable to recite.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Yes.
Thank you for that clarity. Is there another hand?
No, there's no other hand, Chair.
No, it was just that, Chair.
Okay. Now, perfect. We're proceeding, and then please let's write to the Minister of Public Works and inform him of his responsibility as a member of Parliament to respect committees of Parliament and come and appear before us as a stakeholder, because this is a far-reaching decision that will not exclude the minister. So you'll have to be in the meeting. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Then the meeting is adjourned until next week, Friday.
Was a hand that was up there. I don't know if we are entertaining Mr. Ngoma, if I saw well. Just went on now as you were closing.
Oh, whose hand is that?
Chairperson, it's a matter we can deal with in the next meeting next week. It was there was still adoption of minutes, but since you have already adjourned, we can perhaps deal with the matter in
let's do them next time.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you.